and be online, please.
Okay, sir.
Dear participants, we will commence our training lecture session in another few minutes. Kindly stay tuned, please. Respected Director of the Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development, esteemed participants, academicians present on this Cisco WebEx platform, the viewers on our Facebook, the viewers on our live webcast on the corporate website of RJNIYD, and those watching on the YouTube platform. We welcome you on behalf of the Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development and on behalf of the RWTH Aachen University, Germany. We have organized this 1 week long lecture series, which will be facilitated by the experts from Germany. And the first session will be facilitated by the Director, RGNIYD, Government of Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. We have the first presenter with us, Professor Sibnath Deb. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of all the participants and the academicians present on various online platforms for this lecture series. May I take this opportunity to introduce to you the first speaker of this lecture series, Professor Sibnath Deb. Dr. Professor Sibnath Deb is presently the director of the Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development, Sri Perumbudur, Tamil Nadu, under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Previously, he was heading the Department of Applied Psychology at the Pondicherry Central University and has also taught for a longer duration at the University of Calcutta. Currently, he is also the adjunct professor at the School of Justice, Faculty of Law, QUT, Australia. In brief, he has over 30 years of teaching, research, and academic administrative experience and has produced over 25 PhDs in psychology, in addition to publishing more than 120 research articles, book chapters, and publishing various books by international organizations. He has published his recent books titled Disadvantaged Children in India Empirical Evidences, Policies, and Action by Springer in 2020, Childhood to Adolescent Issues and Concerns by Pearson in 2020, Social Psychology in Everyday Life by Sage in 2019, Distance Education Prospects, Challenges, and Way Forward by Pearson, Positive Schooling and Child Development International Perspectives by Springer, Child Safety, Welfare and Well-being Issues and Challenges, Upholding Justice, Social, Psychological and Legal Perspectives by Routledge, Delivering Justice, Issues and Concerns by Routledge, and Community Psychology, Theories and Applications by Sage very recently. Professor Deb has received 3 national and 3 international awards in his recognition for contribution in the fields of psychology. In 2009, Professor Deb has received the Visitors Award 2019 from the Honorable President of India, Sri Ramnath Kovind, for his contribution in the field of health psychology, child protection, and students' mental health. His current research of interests include family dynamics, parenting styles, child safety, students' mental health, adolescent reproductive health, and applied social psychology. He has delivered several lectures in various national and international forums, including the keynote address recently delivered in the Oxford University in its Oxford Symposium on School-Based Family Counseling, which was held very recently. Dr. Sibnath Deb has conducted several research studies for various international and nationally acclaimed institutions and organizations. With this brief introduction, I would like to hand over the platform to Professor Sibnath Deb to handle the session to deliver a lecture on promoting the functional capabilities of youth in India. Over to Professor Sibnath Deb, sir, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. It is little embarrassing to hear from my colleague a long list of activities of myself. Life is a continuous process of activities. We take up various activities from time to time, and it's a part of life. I get a lot of pleasure out of doing some academic research and community-based activities. My dear friends, at the outset, I welcome all the distinguished participants in our one-week lecture series on various issues related to information technology. And all these lectures will be delivered by the most experienced people from Germany, one of the leading universities in Germany. And it's an opportunity for us to learn from them, because Germany is very famous for engineering courses in the world. Most students wish to go to Germany for further studies. This will help us to have knowledge about latest advancement in various aspects of information technology. So to start with, we thought of that let us have one basic lecture on promoting functional capacity or capability of youth in India, because youth are the potential resource of a society. They are going to lead the country after some time in different capacity, either as a leader or entrepreneur or community organizer or as a researcher, academic. In different capacity, they are going to take the society forward. India is very rich in terms of demographic dividend, and we need to see how we can make best use of this demographic dividend for faster growth of our country. Our country is moving ahead with a lot of positive activities under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji. And now India is well known to international community for its positive role for welfare of the global community during a very crisis phase. I give an example, as all of you are aware of it, that the COVID vaccine produced by Indian biologists, which government of India is giving to other nations. I think that is a wonderful gesture by our country. And by the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, India has got a different status to international community because of its very positive and good outlook about overall welfare, well-being of global community. So the entire world is looking at India for its vibrant youth population. Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development, the only institute engaged in youth development activities in the country, is engaged in various youth development activities. I would like to give an example of some of those activities. When this COVID-19 pandemic started, we planned and organized series of online program on various aspects of youth development. Information technology was one of our focus area. We conducted 5 one-week certificate courses on cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, data science, cloud computing, Internet of Things and automation for youth with engineering, IT, mathematics, pure science background. A large number of youth attended all those training programs and they were immensely benefited. We organized all those training programs in association with the National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, and last one on Internet of Things and automation was organized in association with NIT Jalandhar and NIT Trichy, National Institute of Technology. And also we had a partnership with a private organizations who are working in the same field. All these programs are found to be highly beneficial as we got the online feedback from the participants. That was very motivating for RWTH. And in all the programs, we engaged the best expert from IITs, NITs, and other renowned engineering colleges. Even we had a resource person from Australia. So in this series of lecture, we developed an understanding with Australian University, German Institute, and hopefully those lectures will also be very beneficial for each one of you. I would ask all the participants to visit our website from time to time and take advantage of various online programs which are organizing. And this is an opportunity for you to have an exposure to experience of such a good number of resource persons from various esteemed institutes. We do not charge any money. We also issue an e-certificate, which will be very much beneficial in future, but one has to attend 80% of the session. That is mandatory because certain standard to be followed while you organize this program for skill development of youth. Now, this is the special session. I'm coming to my deliberations, topic of my deliberations, now promoting functional capacity of youth in India. This is a very important topic because every youth should know their capacity, their capability. Sometimes we underestimate our capacity, sometimes we overestimate. Both are not good for having proper planning about our career growth and development. And that is why this lecture is very pertinent in the context of your development and looking at future positively. So now I would like to focus on few keywords for better understanding of different terminology. And perhaps after my presentation, you will have a better realization. Oh, these are my strengths. I did not realize. Perhaps I did not thought of about me in the same line. Or these are my limitations I need to overcome. Every individual is potential. Every individual has certain capacity. Only we need to realize or have a better realization about our strengths and weaknesses so that we can take appropriate measure to improve our functional capacity. Now, what does capability means? It refers degree of competence with which an individual performs a task with proficiency to accomplish a duty or a mission. As I mentioned, that organized mindset, positive outlook of an individual is very essential to accomplish any task successfully with full efficiency. Now, functional capacities are very important in order to accomplish any task successfully. Functional capabilities are the abilities of an individual to optimally manage various resources available at a point of time for effectively performing a task. I think some of us are able to do the same. Some of us sometimes fail to apply our mind in order to address any issue effectively. Now, how to enhance our functional capabilities? There are various ways and means. I think if we look at this issue, I think we can figure out what is my strength in order to enhance my functional capabilities. It is very important for each one of us to set and to have some clarity about purpose of life. Why do we exist? We exist and undergo various activities as per our capability and in different phases. So in every phase, there is a particular purpose of life. Now, when the child get admitted to school first, they undergo a socialization process. They interact with other children, develop a friendship, they play with them. Then their social skill becomes strong. Slowly, when they get admitted to formal school, they do not find much problem because their job is to go and attend the class, respond to teacher query, and do the homework as and when it is given by teacher. So recognizing the purpose of life at different phases in our life, it is very important by each one of us. And we need to perform it efficiently. We need to follow the social expectations at different point of time. If I go to an educational institution, I need to follow the rules and regulations of the same institute so that I become socially accepted by others, and people will also appreciate my social role. Now, for some people, having personal vision or aim in life is sometimes very challenging to set the goal in life, normally for younger one. But slowly over a period of time, when one goes up from one class to another class, reach to certain level, they develop an understanding that this is something I want to be in life. Either I want to be in literature, I want to be management professionals, or I want to be medical professionals. But the personal vision about life, it keeps on changing over a period of time while interacting with different senior people, classmates, or undergoing different information. It's a natural process. It might happen. Everybody may not be in a position to decide this is something I want to be at an early age. Fine. But one should have certain visions. And one should set a goal in life that what I want to do. To me, the most important goal for each one of us is to become a good human being. If I follow the social norm, if I behave or respond accordingly, I think I'll be well accepted, and that would help me to have a better social interaction with different social agents, and in turn, I can think of having more ideas about various issues, and that might help me to set my goal. Now, there are various activities in our daily life. We cannot accomplish or take up every task. We need to prioritize the task in our daily life at different point of time. In the morning, there are a number of activities. We need to prioritize which activity I need to take first. The moment a student get up early in the morning, they need to refresh themselves, have some food, go and sit, study for some time. They need to complete the homework given by the teacher. They need to prepare themselves to go to school. During that time in the morning, they are not supposed to go for play and games and sports with other friends during normal working day. So one has to prioritize at every stage that task. Now, if somebody set the target properly, they will make sincere effort to do the same task successfully, and they will achieve their target. Self-awareness is very important, that what exactly I can do, what I should do, and what is the social expectation. So self-awareness help an individual to achieve, set a goal, and to achieve the objective. Enhancing self-esteem and self-efficacy. It happens through disciplined life. If we accomplish our task properly, I think people will appreciate our activities, and in turn, it enhances my self-esteem and self-efficacy. It is very important that we need to adapt in different situations in our life. The definition of mental health as given by World Health Organization, in simple word, it is the ability of an individual to cope with different stressful situations, to work productively with others, to realize optimal capacity of an individual, and to contribute to larger society after addressing personal issues. So self-adaptive behavior is one of the most important component of an individual to remain psychologically happy, because every moment we experience a new situation and we need to adapt with the new situation, applying our resilience, applying our presence of mind. And life is a continuous process of adjustment. Nothing is fixed, nothing is final, nothing will happen as per my desire. Rather, I need to change myself in different situations so that I can address any issue in a very logical manner. Critical thinking plays a very important role. One should not accept whatever is said by somebody else, but does not necessarily mean we need to always argue with elderly people for small, silly issue. But whenever there is a serious discussion, we need to think differently whether the same problem could be resolved following other methods. Critical thinking help an individual to have a better solution in a very efficient manner. Decision-making process is also very important in different situations. Problem solving, like a problem solving, decision making, they are all interrelated, and that help an individual to move ahead in life. Next slide, please. These are some of the skills we mentioned to enhance the functional capacity. Building positive relationship. Now, success of our career depends on my relationship with different social agents. Relationship plays a very important role in order to get better support at times of crisis. As my relationship is important with my parents, to enjoy love and affection, to have a very healthy family environment, I should maintain a good relationship with my teachers, my friends, my relatives, other external members. Always, everybody may not be very nice to me, but there is no harm for me to be nice to others. And that way, we can reasonably maintain a good relationship, and that will help us to have a positive mental health. Leadership is very important. Each one of us is leader. Like in our daily life, we have a lot of challenges. We find out the solution through different thought and exploring various options and come out of the problem. It is nothing but a leadership of an individual, leadership to self, leadership in a group situation, leadership at community level. And we need to take initiative regarding various activities instead of expecting others will do everything for me. Let us take initiative for self-care activities. The moment I get up from my bed, I should organize my bed instead of waiting that somebody else will come and organize bed. It should not be. Like sometimes the children of high officials who have a domestic assistant, they always expect that somebody else will come and they will organize my bookshelf or other materials. I beg to differ with the same logic. I think every parent asks their child to organize themselves, to look after themselves. If this habit they develop at an early age, during youth phase or later on, entire life they will follow the same strategy in order to remain more organized. And it is always beneficial. One doesn't lose anything. Effective communication makes a sense. I should be very clear to communicate my views in a very humble manner. Then I share my views and opinion, even in case of decision-making process, even at family. I did not want to marry right now because of some reason, but my family is very much keen on that. So I can have a proper communication that let me wait for another 2 years, let me move ahead in our career and let me complete some important tasks, then I'll go for marriage. So effective communication help us to have a proper understanding about any issue and to avoid communication gap within our close family circle. Stress in a life is very normal phenomena. Stress is required to perform well, some form of stress. But when it exceeds its limit, it causes a lot of challenge. So that is why some stress is very much helpful to enhance our performance. Over stress affect our performance. We need to strike a balance. But stress sometimes it's a perceived stress, it's a real stress. Perceived stress I foresee. Today there might be huge traffic jam. I cannot reach to my office and I start thinking, oh no, it is not possible for me to travel. On the other hand, okay, fine, today is a different situation, fine. I will wait for a bus for some time or look for some other transport so that I can reach to my office. So it depends on how I look at different issue. It is within our reach. Stress will happen, but we should have the way out to come out of the same. Service orienting observance of values and ethics are very important, that every individual should have certain values and ethics. If I want to be a good human being, if I known to be others as a good human being for my good nature, I need to follow certain ethics and values. My values could be I never lie, I do my job, I do not misbehave with others, I respect women, children, elderly people, I am nice to other people. Ethics, I follow certain ethics in my daily life in terms of my behavior, my code of conduct. So these are the things I'll not do. I'll never violate the rules and regulation of any system, because in a society, when we attend any institution for academic purpose, for higher education, or for services, we need to go or abide by the rules and regulation of an institution. Then there will be no problem afterwards. And adherence to rules already mentioned, working effectively in teams. Now, we are not independent in all respect, we depend on each other. So teamwork is very important. Good teamwork help to have a wonderful outcome. So one should have a mindset to work with others in a team situation, and we need to accept others. And every individual has some talent. If everybody's talent is taken into account for accomplishment of task, I think outcome will be extraordinarily good. And this is one of the component of mental health of an individual. And it is very important to reevaluate personal accomplishment. Excuse me. Shati, I am delivering a lecture. I'll talk to you after. Thank you. Uh, 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 Now we need to introspect. Introspection is very necessary to realize whether I'm in a right track when I'm doing something. If I introspect, perhaps I can realize that I need to change my strategy to accomplish certain tasks. But if I do not introspect, I remain unsure whether I'm in the right track or I'm taking a wrong decision. We should not take any decision in a short notice for any issues and challenges. we need to wait for some time, gives some time to reality. The reality will help me to come out with a better solution. So it is very important uh, to introspect about any of our activities. Sometimes we have an argument with another individual. I might be at fault, but we never try to realize that I was at fault and I should go and tell that individual, sorry, and I did a mistake. I didn't realize that I was violating your rights. I misbehaved with you. So that will help me to maintain a good relationship with another individual. So introspection is very important. That is one of the key component of human psychology, like observation, like experiment, like introspection. So, and we need to look at that experience at any point of time is beneficial, and any experience is going to help us in future. So, life is a continuous process of learning and gaining experience, and that is going to help us. If I have done one mistake, if I have a proper realization, perhaps next time I will not do the same mistake. Next slide, please. Self-awareness about our strengths, weaknesses, desires, dislikes, it's very important. Sometimes we underestimate, sometimes we overestimate. What we want, we should have a proper clarity that as a human being, when you go through different phases, we need to study, we need to prepare ourselves for better performance, we need to acquire skill, we need to prepare ourselves to face the interview or selection committee meeting so that I can perform well. So if we take proper initiative based on our strength, weaknesses, that is going to help us to achieve something in life. It also helps us to recognize when we are stressed or feel under pressure, that whether it was a perceived stress or it was a real stress. Uh, uh, Effective communication with different social agents help us to overcome stress and have a better realization about various situations. Now, empathy towards others or in different situation is very important. When somebody is in trouble, if I show empathy, that person will get a sense of social support, and that will help that individual to overcome a crisis situation. So we need to be supportive at times of crisis of other individual, and that is very much required because any one of us might come across any stress at any point of time. It's a normal phenomena, but support and empathy during any crisis is very much required. If I give support to others during the crisis, I also become more likely to receive the similar support services from others. Next. There are different types of self. Uh, One is that first of all, I'd like to discuss about self-realization. Self-realization is the ultimate of self-awareness when one realizes oneself and the requirement of their experience in the world. Self-knowledge or self-exploration is a process through which we undo or explore ourselves. The exploration and understanding and knowledge about three important areas we should have when we talk of a self-exploration. It means knowledge about how we relate and interact with the society, social self, inner self, knowledge about our goals, dreams, aspirations, secrets, fears, and etc. Self-confidence is very important when I have a proper knowledge about self, when I have a proper knowledge about a subject, when I go for exploration of more information, particular subject, I'll be more confident. And it builds informed self-esteem. And this is possibly only one is completely aware about one's abilities and limits. Success, appreciation, care, love, etc. are factors that boost up the self-confidence. If I live in a family, the love and affection, their appreciation, their encouragement, along with my knowledge and strong personality, is really very beneficial to exhibit our self-confidence when we go for facing the selection committee meeting. So if one has a complete knowledge, thorough knowledge about a subject, and then one enjoys better family environment, support, they will have more self-confidence to face the reality. Self-talk is another component of self-exploration. It is a strategy for raising one's self-confidence if one practices positive thinking. These automatic thoughts can be positive or negative. Next, self-motivation. Motivation is something very essential. There are two types of motivation: intrinsic motivation, extrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation is nothing but self-motivation. I'm motivated to perform extremely well. The most successful people in the world, their intrinsic motivation is very high. They were motivated on their own to perform well, and they made a difference in social life. Extrinsic motivation means my parents said that if you get 95%, I'll give you something. So some external factor or incentive make me motivated. That is also beneficial for some students, children, and youth. So who will be motivated by what factors? It varies from individual to individual. It depends on upbringing. It depends on the real life situation of an individual. But it is always that it happens, it's a combination of factors that both intrinsic and extrinsic motivation make an individual to become most successful one. But person with self intrinsic motivation, especially the youth and children coming from lower social strata, nobody can stop them. They'll move ahead in life and they will show extraordinarily good performance to establish their identity in the society in terms of creative ideas, doing something extraordinarily good. Now, self-image matters a lot, like image of an institution, social image, how people perceive a particular institution. Similarly, how people perceive a particular individual. It depends on individual own activities, their lifestyle, their style of interaction with others. If I'm engaged in good activities, if I maintain good relationship, if I set my goal and make my every effort to achieve my goal, people will perceive me positively. They will say that this youth is very determined, engaged always in positive activities, never misbehave with any individual. So we establish or we decide our own destiny by our behavior, by our activities. So it is very important for every youth to think of about this issue and remain busy or engaged in those activities which will help them to enjoy better self perception, better social perception, and in turn social perception will translate into a good self image. When people will appreciate, will feel very happy. Next slide. Yeah, self control. Now it is very important to have control over our impulses. In certain provocative situations, some people fail to control their impulse. They become very agitated, aggressive, misbehave with others. They take a quick decision. Finally, it might be wrong. It might be detrimental to their mental health, their career development. That is why self-control is very important in taking a decision or in different social interaction. It is a part of our willpower, and it's an ability to control our thoughts, emotion, urges, and our emotion should be within our control. All of a sudden something was happening and I became very emotional and react differently. It might be a wrong decision, so one should be very careful about that. Self purpose, it is an ability to find a purpose of oneself in relation to the world. Exactly what I want to be. I want to be very good community leader. I want to be in politics. I want to start a entrepreneurship program. I want to engage myself in training for creating a good human resource. So that we decide our activities accordingly. I engage and try to achieve the same thing. Every individual is unique. Every youth is unique in terms of their thought, in terms of their abilities, in terms of their creativity. So accordingly, they should put all efforts to establish their or to give a feel to larger society that they have a lot of good ideas in order to achieve something, and that is going to benefit the larger society. It describes every person in a different manner. because no two individuals are identical with respect to any physical, mental health parameter. They're totally different. And this is good itself for any task accomplishment. Next, critical thinking makes a sense in our life. It is the ability to analyze information, experiences in an objective manner. It is about inquiring, searching for information and evidence against the case. So critical thinking help us to accomplish a task without any, I would say, shortcomings, and they can come out with a better document, better ideas, which will be flawless, and it will really be something very interesting, something very valuable. So with respect to any task, we need to give a serious thought, and accordingly we should come to a conclusion. Next, next slide please. It is also a ability to think clearly and rationally. It includes the ability to do reflective and independent thinking. Now, uh, it is nothing to accumulate information. I have a lot of information. When I'm going to do any task, I need to think of sequentially how logically I can present a particular issue, how I can uh, 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 give a better shape of any document, so that the continuity is there, flow is there, rationality is there, and it will not be repetition of any ideas. Critical thinking is crucial for self-reflection of an individual. For youth, it is a very important psychological parameter, and which require attention of all of them wherever they get engaged in some professional activities. Next, there are certain abilities of a person related to critical thinking that raise pertinent questions, which are clear and precise, identify the relevance and importance of ideas, understand the logical and connections between ideas, assess statement and arguments, detect inconsistencies and common mistakes in reasoning. There are so many aspects with respect to critical thinking. Uh, and adjust option when new facts are found means we need to open to any ideas, any new development, and take it up, so that we can really come out with a new document with respect to academic research, something like this. Logical thinking, reasoning are going to play a very important role in terms of critical thinking. Next. There is a process for critical thinking. Uh, 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 this is all about that seek reasons and alternatives, perceive the total situation, change one views based on evidences. Now, there are certain preconceived or culture-based notion, but we should always be open to any new idea in order to have a proper understanding, instead of believing on certain things based on traditional understanding. Next. Uh, creative Creativity makes a big difference, like critical thinking. Every individual is creative, and every individual can think of different ways to address various issues, generate new ideas. They should be open with to any new ideas, flexibility of an individual. So in research, in academic, or in any uh, other activities, creativity plays a very important role to have a better outcome. There are characteristics of creative person. They are curious, seeks problems, enjoy challenges. They are optimistic. They are able to suspend judgment. We should never be judgmental about another individual in any situation. We need to be rational, give a serious thought, then we need to come to an understanding. Comfortable with imaginations, sees problems as opportunities. Problems in life are normal phenomena, but within this problem, there are might be a lot of opportunities. So if you look at any problem and try to address this issue from positive angle, there will be a lot of positive outcomes out of the particular problem. So we should not be scared of any problem. Let it come, we'll address this issue, and come out with a better solution of a particular situation. And always we should accept a problem as a challenge in our life. We need to be consistent in order to do anything good. So perseverance is very important in our daily life in order to achieve something good. Next slide. Yeah. Negative attitude that blocks creativity. Negativity should not have any space in our life. We should always be positive. We should think of that there is no such issue for which there is no solution. There is a solution for every issue. Only thing is that our thought process should be like that, that I'm going to solve this problem. Negativity keeps people in the back seat always. Always when there is a small problem, some people surrender. Oh, it's such a problem, it is coming again, what to do? Rather, we should not interpret any issue negatively. Rather, see how we can address the issue immediately, not to keep anything pending for a longer time. Next. Problem solving capacity of every individual is unique, and it varies from individual to individual. It enables constantly with problems that arise in our day-to-day life. Every moment we confront or face a new situation, new individual, new environment. So we need to have appropriate strategy to deal with different situations in with respect to various issues. These skills enable us to deal constructively with problems that arise in our day-to-day life. Next. Dear friends, there are three broad steps. Some of my friends said that you elaborate. I tell you my limitation that I have to go back to some other administrative work. There is much time to discuss each and every point elaborately, and that requires a lot of time. So excuse me for the time being. Next time when I take up another session, I will spend more time on each and every issue. It could be problem solving, it could be creativity, it could be or any other issue. It requires a more time. So process of problem solving requires clearly identifying the problem, exploring the available alternatives, and deciding on the best possible solution. So in our day-to-day life, problems are inevitable. In that case, every problem has a different solution. So a person should be sensitized to take the appropriate measure in their given situation. It is very difficult for an outsider to give a solution to their problem, but they should sensitize that in the given situation, there are 2-3 different options are there. You choose the best option, giving a thought in your situation. And we try to take out the best possible option in order to address any problem. Next. Decision making is a big challenge for some of us. Some of us become confused. For example, somebody has got 3 job offers immediately after completion of engineering courses. Some people start running from post to pillar, going to different people, what to do, I do not know, I have got these 3 opportunities. Instead of running to so many people, rather one should think of the positive side, negative side of the 3 job offers. And one has to take a decision exactly what they want to be, whether they want to go for faster career growth, or they want to gain more knowledge, they want to learn from a group number of people. In some work environment, it's a big organization, there is a scope for somebody to learn something more. But in another job, big salary is given, but chances of learning from others is not much. So it depends on who is going to give priority to which one. Somebody wants immediately huge salary, or somebody who is very happy with moderate salary, but they want to learn from others in a group situation. So it's individualistic. One cannot decide that what decision one has to take. So one has to give a thought what they want exactly in their life, whether they want to learn more or they want to earn quick money at the cost of learning something from others. This is all about decision making process in different situations. Next. Now, there are different school of thought about decision-making process. There are some tips how to take a decision in different situation. Describe the situation you make to the situation where you are going to take a decision. Explore your options, cross-cut the negative options, investigate the positive. options, determine best course of action, evaluate what happens as a result. So again, we need to give a serious thought that what solution could be the best one in a particular situation, and that would there should be the focus for an individual to take a decision. Next. 3C's model: challenge, choices, consequences. You challenge any problem, whatever comes in your life, and accept the problem. Think of different available options to achieve the same problem. Assertive in our day-to-day life, that as we are concerned about our personal rights, we should also be concerned about rights of another individual.
Please unmute, sir.
We cannot hear you, sir.
Yes. Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't realize how it happened. It happened automatically. Anyway, I was talking about effective communication, interpersonal relationship. Both the components are very important in our life to enjoy life, to find out a proper solution, to maintain good relationship with others. Effective communication play a very important role. Now, regarding effective communication, I was trying to say that we need to be assertive when you communicate with different people. We need to be very clear, very objective when I share my views. But I need to be very concerned that I do not violate the right of another individual when I communicate something. As I'm concerned about protection of my rights, I should be equally concerned about protection of rights of another individual. Interpersonal relationship with all social agents make a very big difference in our personal life. Interpersonal relationships help an individual to enjoy support at times of crisis. Even in politics, in any organization, the people with good interpersonal relationship, they enjoy support, they enjoy better psychological ambience in any social setup. So we need to maintain a very good relationship with all social agents. We need to try to be good to every individual. If somebody does anything wrong, very politely I need to remain well connected with others, avoid stress in lives, improves health, and we enjoy social support. And all these issues this effective communication, interpersonal relationship help an individual to enjoy the life, to reduce stress in life, to remain well connected with all social agents. Uh, they enjoy better physical health, they enjoy emotional support, and they become less likely to suffer from cardiac or other physical health problem. Next. Essentials for effective communication. In case of sensitive issues, we need to be very tactful to communicate our views, but we need to be very nice and in a very humble manner we need to communicate. But we need to be very cautious before we speak about our issues, so that I do not use any word which will offend another individual. And I need to be very clear. I need to have a full clarity what exactly I'm going to say, very clear and very precise. My volume also should be balanced. And also, I need to be open to listen to another individual. When I'm saying something, they might have something to say. We need to listen to them also. That will help us to have effective communication. Next. Managing emotion, it is within the individual. Sometimes we expect others will do everything. we develop a lot of expectation from others. The moment I develop a lot of expectation from others, if my expectations are not fulfilled, I will be disappointed or unhappy with that individual. So we'll try not to develop more expectation from others. And managing emotion, as I mentioned, that it depends on how I perceive, look at different situation in our life. So if we remain very realistic in our day-to-day life, so far as social expectation is concerned, I think we will not face any emotional challenge. Coping with stress, there are various ways to deal with the stressful situation. One best option is that to read literature which I like, to go for relaxation, physical exercise, and prioritizing the work, that how much work I can finish within a particular time frame. Not to think of doing too many things within a short span of time, which might cause stress. But in a certain situation, we have to perform multiple duties. That time, we need to remain psychologically calm and quiet and come out with a proper plan of action to achieve all the tasks. That will help us to remain in a very balanced way to achieve each and every objective and accomplishment of every task. Next. Thank you, everyone. So the subject is very interesting. There are a lot of things I could not elaborate. I could not discuss a lot because of my time constraint. But I feel that the issues which we discussed, some issues are known to us, we are aware of it, but sometimes we do not realize when the challenges we come across. But in conclusion, I would like to say that every individual has the capacity to deal with the situation effectively through proper realization of the surrounding environment. And life is a continuous process of adjustment. We need to be tolerant, we need to be efficient, we need to pursue any issues and activities. We need to have a proper goal, and we need to make sincere effort in order to achieve our goal. If you make sincere effort, I'm sure that we can achieve our goal. With these few words, once again, I thank everyone for your kind attention, and I'm sure that you will enjoy the remaining lectures which the international experts are going to deliver from today. Attend each and every lecture and raise your queries related to any topic. And this is a best opportunity for you to gain a better understanding about international teaching method, as well as having latest knowledge in the field of different aspects of, I would say, information technology. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for the valuable inputs and insights provided on enhancing the functional capabilities of the youngsters in our country, which is the need of the hour. And you have highlighted the psychological components of the individual to enhance the capabilities and to explore and introspect the capabilities of an individual and to realize and to unleash the potentials and creativity of an individual, which I'm sure all the participants would have enjoyed. And we request the participants to internalize these concepts and make it a part of your daily life so that you will become more capable and you can enhance your potentials to become more effective, and that's the way to achieve success and excellence. Thank you very much, sir. And for the information of participants, we will have the next lecture, the technical lecture, at 1:30 p.m. as per the Indian Standard Time. 1:30 p.m. We will break for now with this lecture, and we will reassemble at 1:30 p.m., which will be facilitated by an expert, by the Director of Mechanics, General Mechanics at the RWTH HN University by 1:30. We request all the participants to log in by 1:15 p.m. itself so that we are ready for the next resource person. We will have one session in the afternoon, and from tomorrow we will have only one session starting from 1:30 p.m. as per the schedule which has been sent to you on email earlier. So we request all the participants who are watching us on the Cisco WebEx platform, who are watching us on the live YouTube telecast, on the webcast of our institute's website, on the Facebook and various other social medias who are watching us. We request you to kindly log in by 1:15 p.m. for the next session to be facilitated by an expert from Germany. Till then, we will break and we will adjourn this session, kindly requesting you to join us by 1:15 p.m. Thank you so much. Sir, good afternoon, sir.
So good afternoon.
Good
So here
afternoon.
it's
And
we are
sir,
still in the morning.
from Rajiv Gandhi Institute. Nice to see you on the online platform, sir.
Perfect.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the yeah.
Sandeep, sir, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Nice to see you,
Yeah,
sir.
very good morning from Germany.
Sure, sure. Sir, we have opened up various social media platforms also. Like there are participants viewing from our live webcast on our website. There are people on our Facebook watching this program live, and
That's
all
perfect.
as
And
well as
YouTube.
on the YouTube also, sir.
Yeah, I saw that. So that is great. There is just one thing I like to test, and this is one of the final slides
G.
because there is a video,
Okay, sir.
and this video has some sound, and we need to check whether this works or not.
We can do it
Yeah,
right away,
so
sir. We can do it right away.
yeah, let me check
Yes.
how I can actually. How can I scroll through that? Just a second. No, this does not work. I have to stop that for a second and
Yes.
go directly to
Application window.
this one here.
Yes,
So
sir.
let me see whether this works. And now you have to tell me then whether you hear the sound or not. Just a
Yes.
second. Moment. So now. Do you hear that?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Perfect. This
Yes,
is
sir.
great. Okay, so then everything works fine.
Fine.
Yeah,
This is good.
with this video, sometimes it makes like a slideshow, but I think it's okay.
No, we can
Sometimes.
do that, sir. It's easily identifiable as a video, sir.
Mhm.
Yeah, so there is also it's an official video of the RWTH Aachen University, so the students will find it also on YouTube. So
Good.
it's a YouTube video.
Okay, sir.
But I downloaded it and included it into the presentation, and so it's important that the sound is there, yeah,
Correct.
because
Yes.
I think the pictures then speak for themselves.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Perfect. So
So we will
I
wait
can.
for five more minutes because
Okay, no problem.
the Indian time is 1:25. So 5 more minutes, and then we will introduce you in the beginning, and then you can take over.
Okay, perfect. So should I start the first slide already?
No, sir. No, sir. We will wait for 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Then we will introduce you. Then you can take over, sir. I
Okay,
will give you an
perfect.
alert. Dear participants, we have the resource person of today's afternoon, Professor Dr. Engineer Bernd Market, with us from the RWTH University. We will commence the program in another 5 minutes. And the resource person is visible on the screen if you can locate. Professor Byrne is on the screen. You can see him. We will start the lecture in another 5 minutes. Kindly stay tuned till then. And participants who are watching us live on the RGNID's website and the YouTube and Facebook, in case if you would like to clarify any questions, you can send us a text by email so that we can communicate it with the resource person. Dear participants, we have 1 more minute to go. Kindly stay tuned. Dear participants, good afternoon. We are now commencing our first technical lecture session of this 1 week lecture series being organized by RGNIYD Government of India in collaboration with the RWTH Aachen University, Germany. We have the first speaker with us, Professor Dr. Engineer Bernd Markter, Director from the Institute of General Mechanics, RWTH Aachen University. I take this opportunity to welcome you, sir, on behalf of the Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development, India, and on behalf of all the participants, we extend a very warm welcome to you. And thank you so much for sparing your very valuable time to share your expertise with the participants of this training of this lecture series. Participants, may I take this opportunity to introduce to you about the speaker of this first lecture. Professor Bernd Markt holds a diploma degree in civil engineering from the University of Stuttgart. He finished his PhD at the Institute of Applied Mechanics at the University of Stuttgart in 2005. In 2013, he became a supernumerary professor at the University of Stuttgart. In August 2013, Dr. Bernd was appointed as the full-time professor at the RWTH Aachen University and also as the director of the Institute of General Mechanics in Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. His present research focuses on the theory and numerics of general coupled problems, computational and experimental biomechanics, and structural mechanics, as well as extended continuum methods such as phase field models. With this brief introduction, we would like to hand over the platform to Professor Bernd to facilitate the session on the role of fundamental mechanics in the digital engineering ecosystems. As I announced previously, the participants who are watching us live on the RJNYD's live webcast, Facebook and YouTube may kindly send in your questions, if any, to be shared with the resource person towards the end of this session. Over to you, sir, Professor Bernd, Director from the Institute of General Mechanics, RWTH Aachen University. Thank you, sir.
So thank you very much. So dear participants, dear students, dear colleagues, it is a great pleasure for me to provide you this lecture. I have several positions at RWTH Aachen University, and so I will speak a little bit about the university itself, about my institute, about the research that we are doing, and how the whole research and on mechanics is also influencing somehow or impacting, let's say, the study programs that we provide to you. So let me start with the presentation. As you see, we are very much networking also in the direction of India. We have a lot of Indian students at RWTH. I will give you more details about that on the coming slides. So what is RWTH Aachen University? So maybe you have heard about it. So we are one of the excellence universities here in Germany. And we are, of course, one of the most powerful technical universities when it comes to mechanical engineering. Yeah, so we are very renowned for mechanical engineering, and some details about that I will give you in a minute. So this is what commonly needs to be addressed first. So some facts and figures. I'm not pretty sure whether these are, let's say, the most recent values, but it gives you a big picture about the size of the university. So we have over 45,000 students. We have out of that 10,000 or more than 10,000 international students. And this is then, of course, that we have 560 professors over the faculties that, of course, we have. And this is a little bit different to, let's say, what you might know from, for instance, the US universities, where, of course, there are many professors. And so we only have a few in comparison. That means a full professor is responsible for a lot of students in this respect. And this is what I like to give you on the way, that you understand a little bit better the German university system. So when it comes to the financial resources of the university, so RWTH Aachen University is a public university, and the funding that we have, or the budget that we have per year, is about 1 billion euros, and 50% of that is from the state government, and 50% is from external resources, meaning we are working together with industry and, of course, funding organizations where we get 500 million euros from. So this is just that you get a basic idea about that. So we are public, we are not private. Nevertheless, half of the budget is due to money that we get from industry and the private sector. So when it comes to the structure of the university, as you know, RWTH is a technical university. That means the core part of it is engineering. And you see it over there that about 57% of the students are studying engineering and 23% are studying natural sciences. That means the core part is really engineering. So there we have the largest faculties. And of course, the whole thing is supported by natural sciences, because this is also very important, that we have physics, that we have mathematics, and also, of course, computer science, for instance. So this is what makes up really the basis and the fundament of a good technical university. And when it comes to the research landscape in general, so the research is organized in form of so-called profile areas. You see them on the right-hand side of the slide. And when you look closer to it, then you will see that most of these research areas or profile areas are associated with engineering. Yeah, so that is really the driving factor of the university, that we really have this strong fundament in engineering competences. And this is what you, of course, also see in the research network landscape. And of course, when it comes to the research in general, then we have the strength, not just due to our researchers that we have at the university, it is also the network and the ecosystem that is surrounding the university. So we have a lot of affiliated institutes. Maybe you know some of them. Yeah, for instance, the famous Fraunhofer Institutes. There is, for instance, the Institute for Laser Technology. So these are the guys that have invented selected laser melting, so 3D printing technology. So it originates from this institute. And of course, they brought it really into the market. And of course, now I think also you have, let's say, devices, 3D printers there in your departments and at the universities. Yeah, and of course, together with this, this is then a research landscape that allows us to do high-end research and also to bring it into, or let's say to also promote the transfer of the latest knowledge into industrial application. And this is very important, which I will address in a minute. When it comes to the development of our campus, then of course, many things are going on. And we started in the city center, which is right here. I hope you can see that. So the city center is here, the city center of Aachen. And then we started to set up a campus area here in this, it's called Campus Melaten. Yeah, that is what you see with all the buildings that we have here on the right-hand side. So, and all the blue buildings, they are new. And whenever you drive to this campus area, yeah, so from year to year, there are new buildings coming up. And so there are all these buildings that you see here on the right-hand side bottom, they have been built within the last 3 to 5 years. So every year there's a new building. So we are growing. And the important thing about that is that the growth is based on private investments. So this is not funded by the state or the government. So this is really private investment. And this is what makes it so fast. Yeah? When we always would wait until, let's say, the government provides us with financial resources, then of course we could wait almost forever. So therefore, this is private investment. So where companies and of course certain other investors are providing money to set up a building, and then of course in these buildings we do collaboration and research together with industrial companies, and this is the basic idea. And at the final stage, when all these campus areas are connected together, we will have a campus area of 2.5 square kilometers in size, which is the largest technology-oriented campus in Europe. And this is really something, to build something up like this in Germany is really unique. So you will not find that in Munich or Berlin or other cities with top universities. So this is really something that is unique to RWTH Aachen University. And why is this the case? So I mentioned that RWTH Aachen is a excellence or elite university in Germany. And this is due to the fundamental research that we are doing. So I just want to give you 2 examples. One thing is, for instance, that we have a cluster of excellence that is called the Fuel Science Center. And this is really where we look to the future of fuel, such that where can you store power? So, and this is then actually that you always have this, yeah, from production to propulsion at the end of the day. And therefore you need to store the energy. Yeah, even if you get it from solar power, yeah, or from water power, that doesn't matter. You have to store the energy. Yeah, and this is then that you say, okay, we have something like power to X, and this X is then nothing else than, of course, it could be hydrogen or certain other forms where you can store energy. Yeah, and use then, of course, for instance, this energy in synthetic fuels or some other resources, hydrogen, for instance, such that you can really drive the cars or the airplanes and things like that. So this is one thing. So it's really oriented towards the future. And the second thing, that is what most students that come from foreign countries and study in Aachen are interested in. This is Industry 4.0. And of course, Aachen is the driving factor of this. And also in this direction, we have a cluster of excellence. It's called the Internet of Production. And this is really the basic idea behind that, that at the end of the day, we want to have that each product has its own IP address. And the whole history of the manufacturing and of the materials and so forth is then within the history associated with this IP address. And then even 10 years later, when this is in service, this kind of product, then of course you are always able to trace back, okay, if there is a failure or whatever, that you can really understand, okay, where or what causes this kind of failure. And this is the basic idea that is behind this Internet of Production. And of course, the connectivity using, for instance, 5G, the new mobile standard. And most of these things are, of course, designed or have been designed many years before here in Aachen. And what you see here is a picture of the so-called production cluster. So a new building that has been set up over there with a lot of laboratory space in the basement floor. Yeah, and then of course the office space in the top floors. And this is somehow the basic idea where we work together with industry on these, let's say, challenges of the future, like, for instance, the connectivity of machines and in the direction of Industry 4.0. So, and this, of course, yields to the fact that RWTH Aachen and its institutes are working together with almost all renowned companies worldwide, and most of them are already immatriculated. We call it like that. So the companies immatriculate on our campus, and then of course do collaboration with us, such that we really have this sort of research, such that the knowledge from the university can directly be transferred into industry based on such joint offices that we have on our campus. So when it comes to the students, then I like to show you what is the impact when it comes to international students, and we look to India. You see that the second largest proportion of international students is from India. So that's about 11% of all the students, and most of them are studying in my faculty in mechanical engineering. Yeah, and I would also say most of them are studying in one of my master programs where I'm the scientific director of. And this is really something that actually, brings us to the point that India is really important for us. And therefore, we are providing this lecture series that you heard of and which you are now participating in. So some words on my institute. So the Institute of General Mechanics. So we belong to the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. And so I'm in charge of this institute since 2013. It has been mentioned at the beginning. And at the same time of being now the director of this institute, I'm also the rector's delegate for alumni. So I'm responsible for all, let's say, graduates that then become alumni of our university worldwide. And I'm the scientific director of 2 international master programs. I will mention them later on. And something which is very important and pushed very much in the moment, I'm also a member of the task force of the post-COVID university. So this is something which is very important, and I would also would love to hear also from my colleagues there in India, how they see the future of, let's say, standard universities or common universities after the pandemic somehow has come to an end, such that we can really have in-class teaching again and do things in presence. However, things will change, and this is something where we have to think about. However, let me first give you an idea about the institute itself. So the IAM, so that is in German Institut für Allgemeine Mechanik. So therefore this abbreviation IAM, this existed since the foundation of the university, and this has been in 1870. So if you now can count, then you understand that last year the university and also the institute celebrated 150 years anniversary. And however, all let's say parties and festivals related to this anniversary have been canceled. due to the pandemic. And this was a problem. So this year in October, it is 150 years plus one, yeah, 151. But also this year, we will not have any kind of festival or party celebrating this anniversary. So therefore, this is then the problem. That's the backside also again of this pandemic. So what is important is that the professorship belongs to the core chairs of mechanical engineering, because this is really the fundament of all technological developments. And you also see that when you look to the, let's say, of my predecessors. So all the guys that have been in charge before me, I think you know this guy over here. This is Theodor von Karman. Yeah, very famous in the context. So you know the Karman vorticity street, for instance. Yeah, so in fluid dynamics. Yeah, but there are also other guys, Hans Reisner. So he developed one of the first metal airplanes, and Arnold Sommerfeld. Yeah, so Nobel Prize laureate. So you see that these are big footsteps I have to place in, and this is yeah, not really a big deal, but at the end of the day, you see that there is a long tradition of this institute. And of course, we are one of the largest mechanics institutes in Germany, yeah, at an engineering faculty. And I also like to give you some ideas about that. So this is me in front of class, as I usually like to do teaching. Yeah, and we have lectures up to 1,600 students in one lecture. So these are the two biggest lecture halls that we have at RWTH Aachen University, completely filled, and with video transmission from one lecture hall into the other. And when we count the number of students that I had since my start in 2013, so these are over 30,000 that visited my lectures. And we had over 22,000 exams. And you see that this is not possible. So I'm not doing the exams myself. So that is really that we have a big team behind us that takes care of all these kind of things. And this might also be a little bit the difference to, let's say, institutes that you find, for instance, at US universities, where you have a single professor and he's doing everything. Yeah, that is a little bit different at a German university. So we are organized in a way that we have a chair. So there is one guy responsible for everything, and that is, let's say, the institute director. So in case of mechanics, that's me. So, and this is then that you are responsible not just for teaching and research, you are responsible for the budget and for the facilities, for everything that is related to that. And this is, we are talking about the budget between 4 and 5 million euros a year. So that is actually that you can say that a full professor in Germany is, let's say, yeah, the CEO, if you like, of a medium-sized company. Yeah, and this is, of course, that there is a certain kind of pressure behind us. So that is on us. That means, of course, you have to write publications. You have to bring third-party funding into the university. Yeah, you have to pay your people. You have to take care about your facilities. Yeah, and this is something which actually means there is a lot of burden in this sense. And this is completely different to sometimes what you see at other universities. For instance, when it comes to the employees, yeah, I'm just telling, these are employees. We do not have students. So PhD students, in our sense, they are fully employed, yeah, in public service. They are 100% paid. And this is what makes it so, let's say, costly in Germany to do research. Yeah, so, and this is completely different to what you see at US universities, so where you are really a PhD student and maybe you get a scholarship or something like that, but you are not employed. And here in Germany, of course, a PhD student is not a student, it's an employee, fully employed in public service. Yeah, and this is, of course, that then, of course, our research associates have to be involved into teaching, into administrative and technical kind of stuff. And this is a little bit the difference that we have in our systems. And to show you what we are doing in such large lectures. So this is now the largest lecture hall that we have in our new lecture hall building. And usually when you give a lecture on engineering mechanics, you know, that not all of the students are interested and always focused on the contents. So therefore we included university sports. So we have a sports facility, and there one of the trainers we took into the lecture. And then of course what they are doing is what you see here. Yeah, so they are doing a 5 minutes break during the lecture, such that the students really stand up and move a little bit around. And this is the basic idea. So here is the trainer. Yeah, and this is really what makes it interesting to do teaching here in such large in-class lectures. And this is really something, I would say this is unique. You will not find this at the US university, for instance. However, besides these, let's say, fundamental courses on engineering mechanics, we also provide, of course, new courses. So this is then in the master's sector. So where, for instance, we have computational intelligence in engineering. So where we really try to provide the students with, let's say, real actual information and technologies related to artificial intelligence and the application of these kind of things to real engineering problems. So this is just that you see that there is a bunch of lectures coming from the fundamentals in the first semesters to high-end lectures where we are talking about these kind of things there. So then international master programs, I've mentioned that. So we provide these kind of, just a second, there is someone, so my secretary is calling me. I have to stop that. And so we provide these advanced lectures, for instance, the lecture I just mentioned in our master programs. And I'm the scientific director of one of the most established master programs, which is CAME, which is Computer-Aided Conception and Production in Mechanical Engineering, or let's say short, Computer-Aided Mechanical Engineering. And we have, as I've mentioned before, over 1,000 international students at RWTH that are from India. And over 500 of them pursue really a master program at the International Academy. So that's the private branch of the university, where all the study programs are really provided in English. And there is a good, let's say, consulting around that, so such that there is a lot of service orientation, such that we help the students, or let's say the team of the International Academy, help foreign students with accommodation, with everything, the visa issues, the GRE tests, and everything that is related to that. And of course, we will extend our efforts a little bit more, because Sandeep Patil, so Dr. Patil, maybe you will see, maybe you know him already, but he will also provide you a topical presentation, but also a presentation a little bit in the direction that we are funding, or that we're setting up an India office in Pune. And so this is really that we now shift really our efforts already towards India in order to help you further with all these issues. What about visa, GRE, and what is the right study program for me, and to prepare you well for these kind of let's say challenges that you can face then when you are coming to Aachen, for instance. Yeah, so this is just a side remark, just that you understand we have special international master programs designed for you. So, but now let me come a little bit more in the direction, what is the title of this talk, on the role of fundamental mechanics in the digital engineering ecosystem. And I like to show you two graphs. Sorry that they are in German, but it has been a German survey. So this is really a survey that is done by the Foundation for Mechanical Engineering, Plant Engineering, and Information Technology. And the question was, okay, they asked industry and of course professors, universities, all guys that are, let's say, familiar with Industry 4.0. And they asked these guys over there, so the CEOs, the managers, and so forth, okay, what do you think is the most important prerequisite to work on a project in Industry 4.0? That was the question. Yeah. So when I read first this kind of survey, I thought, okay, so I read this question, and I thought, yeah, this is information technology, programming, computer science kind of aspects. No, I was totally wrong. All of them. Yeah. So almost 50% said that this is engineering mechanics. So sorry that this is in German. Yeah. So technische Mechanik, what is written here is engineering mechanics. Yeah. Yeah. So in Industry 4.0 projects, yeah, to be able to work on them, you should have here one of the prerequisites, good skills in engineering mechanics. Yeah. And then, of course, there have been more detailed questions in this direction. And when you look to that, then you see, okay, simulation science is important and modeling is important. Yeah. And why is this the case? Yeah. So you heard something about the digital twin, yeah, such that we have cyber physical systems and stuff like that. And this means you have to model a real kind of, let's say, system. And to do a correct modeling, of course, what is important is that, of course, that you have the right assumptions in your models, right? Yeah, that you understand really the mechanical behavior of that in order to model it correctly. And this is, of course, the basic. And to give you some ideas about that, what this means, let's have a look to automotive industry. Yeah, so this is now very, very much on the surface, yeah, but it somehow reflects what is the basic message behind it. So when we look to automotive industry, for instance, yeah, look to car manufacturers, yeah, but could also be airplanes, doesn't matter, or railway, yeah, that doesn't matter. So that's applicable to all of them. So there are some top requirements, yeah. So that means you want to maximize, for instance, flexibility, comfort, and safety. On the other hand, you want to minimize cost, energy, maintenance. Yeah. And yeah, so you would see, okay, there is some issue in between. Yeah. So that is, yeah, if you want to maximize one thing, then to have a minimum directly for the other aspects, that is sometimes virtually impossible. Yeah. So, but how does industry do that? Of course, there are some trends to overcome this problem or this bottleneck. That means they come up with new designs using new materials, for instance, and of course to use integrated services. Yeah? That means you have to place sensors and sensor technology directly into your system. Yeah, and then based on the data that you get, you can use artificial intelligence, for instance, and then figure out, okay, when do we need to go to the workshop with our car to change the oil or something like that? Yeah, and then of course this is then really that to use new materials, yeah, for new designs. You first like to do this virtually, yeah, and this is then something that relies on really that you have a good model for it, yeah, that you can do predictive simulation. And of course, real-time computation. And this is then the importance behind that. Yeah. In all of these aspects, to test out new materials, for instance, yeah, and a new design with this new material, you like to do this virtually, so you need to simulate that. To simulate it, you need a correct model or a predictive model that is able to describe the real behavior of the material behind it. And this is the basic idea, and this is the core of mechanics. Yeah, and I like to give you some examples. Yeah, so very simple ones, just to give you an idea about what I mean by that. Yeah, for instance, let us have a look to an unbalanced tension bar. Yeah, you see a bar over there, which you are going to pull, and it has two layers. The top layer, the fibers, it's a fiber reinforced composite material. Yeah, and the fibers are coming out of the plane with a certain angle, and the bottom layer, the fibers go into the plane with a certain angle. Yeah, now the question is, what happens if you pull it? Yeah, yeah, you know that in lightweight design, we are using fiber reinforced composite materials. Yeah, and you simply want to use such a beam, yeah, because it seems to be quite stiff under tension. Yeah, but what happens now if you pull it? Yeah, and what happens is it starts rotating because it's unbalanced. And at the same time, when it starts rotating, you see over here that there is a certain sort of necking going on. So you will get a delamination effect at the end, and you will get a fracture over there. Yeah. And this is now the important thing behind that. Yeah, we need to understand these mechanical principles. Yeah, this is engineering mechanics, second semester, what we are teaching. Yeah, so stress and strain. Yeah, and of course, this is important to understand. Second thing, when it comes, for instance, to such a foam cushion, such a seat. Yeah, so then if you apply some impact loading on that, then of course there will be pneumatic damping. So therefore we have these seat cushions. Yeah, they are also used for packaging, for instance. And this is now one of the important things when I'm telling you from a simulation perspective, you figure out that about 30% of the load under impact loading is carried by the air that is inside the foam cushion. Yeah, and this is an important point. You would never think about that if you squeeze such a sponge. You would never think about that. Yeah, but here after the simulation, you understand. Yeah, 30% of the load are carried by the air. Yeah, and of course there are other things that you. So this has been done by Sandeep Patil, for instance. Yeah, so that's a brake disc and a brake pad, and you see then of course the wear of this brake pad, and you see the temperature evolution and stuff like that. So all these kind of models that are sometimes not that complicated, yeah, can be used in simulation in order to understand the mechanical system in more detail and to get some predictive kind of information out of that. Something that also will be presented in more detail, maybe by Sandeep Patil in one of the upcoming lectures. This is when you look to an airbag, for instance. So an airbag is commonly made out of nylon. And now you can think of developing a new material that behaves like spider silk. And the question would be, is then the airbag, if it is made out of spider silk, better than the conventional nylon airbag? Yeah. So with this, we did, let's say, modeling of spider silk. Yeah, and we were able to, let's say, get the whole mechanical response of spider silk based on, let's say, respective. Is there a question?
Your voice is not clear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not sitting in India, so that might be the problem. Yeah, I'm speaking loud.
No. I think the user needs to check at their end. The voice is clear here.
Sir, the voice is clear here. It's all
Yeah.
right.
Okay, perfect. So then let me continue. So coming back to spider silk, yeah. So based on multi-scale computations, starting from molecular dynamics up to, let's say, finite element continuum modeling, we were able to do simulations of an airbag that is made out of spider silk. Yeah. So currently this does not exist, but what we figured out is that the so-called head injury criterion is yeah, reduced. That means it is much better to produce an airbag out of a material that has the properties of spider silk than using conventional nylon, for instance. Yeah, and this is something you can test in advance. Yeah, so to do these computations, so Sandeep Patil can give you all the details about that. Yeah, so that is really what makes up the importance of mechanics, yeah, and stress and strain and modeling aspects in this context of virtual prototyping and digital twins and new designs using new materials. So this is the basic idea behind that. Let me come to another point that I like to address. So what we very often see in industry is, let's say, brownfield technology. That means we have milling machines like this one over here, yeah, 20 to 30 years old, yeah. And the question is now, is it possible to do some retrofitting to these machines such that we can predict, for instance, the tool behavior. So whether a tool is worn, yeah, and has to be replaced or not. So that would be the question. Yeah. So what we did is we used a simple sensor that costs about $50 or $100 from Bosch. We placed it at the milling machine. Yeah. So you see it over here. So there is the sensor. It is placed over here. Yeah. And then, of course, based on the data that we are recording, so the accelerations and velocities, so that's a simple IMU sensor, yeah, so an inertial measurement unit, yeah. With this, it was possible to figure out whether the respective tool was worn or was new. Yeah, we could even identify who is working with the machine, because the unexperienced worker, yeah, he is driving too fast into the metal, yeah, and the experienced one is doing that a little bit slower. And this is what you figure out. And this can be then, of course, the worn tool. You see, there are certain problems with the quality, with the surface quality of this product, yeah. And of course, when you use the new tool, then you do not have these quality issues. And this can be predicted. And this is based on, let's say, acceleration data, for instance, yeah, and acceleration and velocity and stuff like that. This is engineering mechanics. This is third semester when we talk about dynamics, yeah, kinematics and dynamics, yeah. So you see that most applications, yeah, whether this is now sensor data or modeling aspects, that this is nothing else than mechanics. However, applied now in the context of artificial intelligence, because we need that, these new methodologies to evaluate the data that comes out of that. Yeah. But if we have this at hand using neural networks or support vector machines or whatever kind of, let's say, artificial intelligence, then, of course, we are able to really get the benefit out of the whole technology. And this is important. So it is not computer science driving this issue. Of course, computer science drives the algorithms. But at the end of the day, yeah, you need to understand the mechanics behind it in order to interpret the results correctly, yeah, to really understand why some of these peaks here are now important and give you an idea about whether a tool in this context is worn or new. Yeah, so this is a very important kind of thing and message I like to give you. Let me give you another example, which is more in the direction of process monitoring. Let us stay with the automotive industry, for instance. And of course, in the context of electromobility, what we need is, of course, we need a lot of cables, yeah, that actually connect the battery to the engine, for instance, yeah. And of course, how can you do this in a sustainable way, such that, of course, there is no extra glue or adhesive you are using, yeah. And how can this be done? And this can be done, for instance, by ultrasonic welding. However, this ultrasonic welding process is not so clear from the outside. So therefore, we have to find a measure how to evaluate the quality of such a ultrasonic weld. Yeah, how is the bonding at the end of the day? Yeah, and I can show you a video on how this is done. You have the two cables, you provide pressure, and this ultrasonic welding machine then actually combines these two cables with each other. However, then you have to do this pull-off test, for instance, whether the quality is good or not. And now the question is it possible during the manufacturing process to directly get the information about the quality of this bond? Yeah, and this is possible because you can use acoustic sensors, or vibration sensors in order to do it in the same way as before, in order to get an idea what are the optimal process parameters in order to really get the best quality out of this kind of bonding here using ultrasonic welding. So as I've mentioned, of course, this can be based on some sensor technology. And one I like to present to you is a so-called acoustic camera. You see that you have here an array on the right-hand side of about 100 or 112 microphones. And these microphones then can observe, for instance, here you have a material, a fiber reinforced material, and you pull it. Yeah. And from the outside, you see nothing. Yeah. But when you now use the acoustic camera, then you will see that something is going on inside the material because the fibers are breaking. Yeah. From outside, no crack at all, no fracture, but inside the fibers are breaking. Yeah. So that means the material is damaged, but from the outside, you don't see it. Yeah. However, with this acoustic camera, you really can hear that these fibers are breaking, and this can be visualized. And this is additional data that you can really use to understand the behavior, also the fracturing and let's say the damage behavior of such fiber reinforced composite materials. And you can even do this with larger structures. It just shows that you need to understand the basic principles of mechanics, use acoustics, so some physics phenomena, of sound, and then, of course, bring two things together in order to understand what is going on inside the material. And then, of course, you can take measures out of that in the sense that you improve the design or the loading capacity and so forth. Another example I like to address, so we also have a biomechanics laboratory, so a security lab, where we can play around with cells and organs and stuff like that. And one particular application is that we have special type of implants, and they are made out of biodegradable magnesium. And this means that there is only one surgery necessary. So if, for instance, your bone is broken, you get this implant to stabilize the fracture. However, in the conventional way, you would, after some weeks, when the bone is healed, then you need the second surgery in order to remove the implant. Yeah? And this is, of course, then again an issue. And what very often happened, especially here in the area of your leg, of your foot, that when you remove this implant, then the bone breaks again. Yeah, and so therefore, the medical doctors and the surgeons, they like to get rid of that. And what helps is a biodegradable implant. That means over time, the implant is degraded and absorbed by, let's say, the body. And of course, what you need to do is you need to sustain the structural stability of the whole implant bone system over time. That means you see it here on the right-hand side. The bone is healing, so the stiffness is increasing. The implant is degraded, meaning the stiffness is decreasing. And in some, you need to be over a certain level, over a certain threshold, to have the structural integrity of the bone implant system at the end of the day. And this can, of course, be modeled, yeah, with the growth of the bone, the healing of the bone, the degradation, so the corrosion in that sense of the implant, very complex non-equilibrium processes. Yeah, of course, this is now not part of fundamental mechanics. So this is part of, let's say, master courses also on thermodynamics in order to, apply all these kind of things to non-equilibrium thermodynamics. So finally, I like to bring up the thing with new materials. So also this will be presented in more details by Dr. Bama in one of the lectures. This is that we studied the behavior of glass-like materials. Yeah, so you know that the standard glass is made out of silica. Yeah, and it is of course possible also to produce that in a 2D way. And when you look closer to these kind of things, then you see, okay, it has such a hexagonal lattice. Yeah, so then this would be crystalline. And of course, due to some aspects, this is now more amorphous. We call it vitreous. And now, what is the difference between the crystalline structure, which is fully hexagonal, or the amorphous structure? And what, of course, we see is that this is a transition from a very brittle behavior, so a crystal is breaking abruptly, yeah, to more ductile behavior, which means there is a plastic kind of regime, yeah, before the fracture at the end of the day. And this can be modeled, yeah. So here on the left-hand side, you see the brittle behavior, yeah, it abruptly ruptures. And on the right-hand side, you see ductile behavior when it's this amorphous structure. So this is done based on a let's say, nanoscale molecular dynamics study to get an idea what is ductile and what is brittle. Yeah, and then of course you can play around with that. You can add certain alloying elements or whatsoever in order to improve the behavior. So what we like to have is we do not want to have abrupt failure. So brittle behavior is always bad. Yeah, because then you're driving your car and suddenly something is breaking. That's not good. Yeah, it's better to have it a little bit more ductile, that there is a process going on that you can detect, yeah, over a certain time period, such that you're able to somehow replace that during maintenance. Yeah, this is the basic idea. And there is another thing where Sandeep is working on. That is that we can have a look to high-end lightweight materials, so-called aerogels. And this is something that is really amazing. You see it here a little bit in the pictures. Yeah, so that this is really a highly porous material. Yeah, 99.98% porosity. Yeah, so it's almost nothing. Yeah, so therefore it's really lightweight. However, it is stiff. Yeah, it can carry load. It's a perfect insulator, yeah, and also shock absorber. Yeah, when there are a lot of pores in the material and you deform it, yeah, by an impact, then you can absorb a lot of energy coming from that shock. Yeah, and of course we studied that, especially Sandeep did that. And now comes the special thing about Aachen. Yeah, so we have the science campus in Jülich close by, and we have a research alliance with them. And there is one of the largest or fastest, not largest, fastest computers in Europe. And we can use that based on this science network that we have. Yeah, and Sandeep was using LAMPS to compute on these, let's say, high performance computers. Yeah, and it was possible to do so. And he did certain studies, and I'll just start the video. Yeah, so that you really have these kind of impact behavior of such a highly porous material. And these materials are used, let's say, in spaceships and satellites and so forth, because they are lightweight. And of course, they can collect them if there are small particles flying around in space. Yeah, so they can really absorb them and somehow shield the rest of it. Yeah. However, this is a quite high potential material. Yeah, and you can optimize its behavior based on the studies that we are doing, in order later on to have such a material also, let's say, as crash elements, as crash absorbers in a car, in an airplane, or whatever. Even if you want to have your pizza or something like that insulated, yeah, such that it keeps hot when it's delivered. Yeah, so these are things, yeah, where modeling and simulation can help on all the scales. Nevertheless, all the things that you see here, stress strain curves, for instance, this is engineering mechanics. Yeah? So this is really independent of how digital the things and applications become. The basics have to be understood, and this is mechanics. Yeah, and this is a very important issue, that you really understand how to deal with these kind of things. So that brings me directly to an end. I hope it was not too long, and I could give you some inspiring thoughts about, let's say, why are we pushing fundamental mechanics a little bit into the foreground. Of course, at German universities, this is not a problem, because most of the engineering study programs, starting with bachelor, of course, they really focus on natural sciences. So let's say mathematics, physics, and in the engineering disciplines, then of course on mechanics, on engineering mechanics, and then follow up to continuum mechanics, fluid dynamics, and so forth. Yeah, but this is really the core also for new inventions and new technologies, because most of these things rely really on these fundamental mechanical considerations and disciplines. And this is, of course, what we also like to push a little bit forward using our India office in Pune, where Sandeep Patil will be responsible for, where, of course, we will have things like, we call it a German engineering college, in a sense that if you are interested in doing studies, master studies at RWTH Aachen, for instance, where, of course, we rely on this fundament in mechanics, that we try to help you and prepare you, make you fit for this kind of challenge in order to provide you with the preliminary knowledge in this direction, if some of these basic fundamentals are missing. So this is one thing. And of course, the final slide, which is not a slide, it is really something that I like to push a little bit. You know that we are in this pandemic situation, and of course all of us are a little bit frustrated or depressive to some extent, because we cannot meet friends how we like, we cannot meet the students, and the students cannot meet their classmates, and this is something which is really bothering us a little bit, and so therefore instead of showing you now a video that is doing some sort of marketing for the RWTH Aachen University, I like to show you a video which is also from the university. You will also find it on YouTube. It's an official video, but it is more from the other perspective. And this is now something that has to do with post-COVID university. And I do not know whether you know that, but you can think of that also. Amazon and Google, they are planning to set up universities completely virtual. And of course, there is a nice saying that, of course, when you look such a Western movie, with John Wayne, for instance, even if you look 10 or watch 10 of these movies, you will never be able to ride a horse. And this is something that has something in it, because university is more than just the transfer of knowledge. It is also the institution itself and the people themselves there at this institution. You have to feel university, you have to feel the lecture hall, you have to get this smell about when there are 1,000 people in one lecture room. So this is really something which we think is the most important thing. And this is what makes us competitive against Amazon, Google, and others, yeah, because they do not have these campuses like we have them. And to give you a little bit more insight into that, what I mean, here is now finally something to promote happiness, yeah, with the best greetings from RWTH Aachen University. And I hope that the video plays correctly without any issues. If this is not the case, please feel free to go to YouTube and see the video there. So it takes about 2 minutes. So I just will start it now. And hopefully you also get a good feeling about that. Take a break. Those things with the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy I'm alone. If you feel like because I'm happy I'm alone. If you feel like happiness is true. Because I'm happy I'm alone. What happiness is. Because I'm happy I'm alone. If you feel like that's what you want. Hey, come back through, don't listen back. Give me all you got, don't hold back. Well, I should try to warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy I'm alone. If you feel like a room, I'll move. Because I'm happy I'm alone. If you feel like happiness is true. Because I'm happy I'm alone. If you know what happiness is. Because I'm happy I'm alone. If you feel like that's what you want. Bring me down. Ain't nothing. Bring me down. Love's too. Bring me down. Ain't nothing. Bring me down. I said, bring me down. Ain't nothing. Bring me down. Love's too. Bring me down. Ain't nothing. Bring me down. I said, cause I'm alone. You feel like a home. I'm alone. You feel like happiness is true. Because I'm happy. What happiness is. I'm alone. You feel like that's what you want. Because I'm happy. If you feel like a fool. Because I'm happy. I'm alone. If you feel like happiness is true. Because I'm happy. You know what happiness is. Because I'm happy. I'm alone. You feel like that's what you want. Bring me down. Can't nothing. Bring me down. Love's too hot. Bring me down. Can't nothing. Bring me down. I said because I'm happy. I'm alone. If you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. I'm alone. If you feel like happiness is true. Because I'm happy. You know what happiness is. If you feel like that's what you want. Because I'm happy I'm alone. If you feel like a home without a roof. Because I'm happy I'm alone. If you feel like happiness is true. Because I'm happy. You know what happiness is. I'm alone. If you feel like that's what you want. So I hope that you also enjoyed a little bit this kind of video. It is really showing what is going on in Aachen. So of course, not during the pandemic, but that is usually when you walk over the campus in the city center, then there are always a lot of students around, especially in the summertime, of course. And it's really a big family where all the people are kind to each other. Yeah, and of course they meet there, they have a drink, a coffee, whatsoever. And this is what we are looking back and also looking forward to. And this is really what makes up campus universities. So with this final video and remark, I like to close my lecture. And of course, I do not know how this is planned, whether there are some urgent questions directly, or please feel free also to send us an email if you are interested, and also in the research work and so forth, or interested in studying abroad or doing a PhD over there. There are different possibilities available. So that's it for the moment from my side. I thank you very much. You see here that there is a whole lecture series. I did the start today. And of course, my postdocs, Dr. Haida, Dr. Bama, and Dr. Patil will, of course, give you more details about the scientific part, so which I did not that much. Of course, I can also show you equations, but I think that was not a good deal today. So thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, sir. Participants, now it's time for interaction. In case if you would like to ask any questions to the resource person, you can use the chat window and you can type the questions if you would like to post, or directly speak to the expert.
So you may directly unmute your mic, and if you are interested in something, and of course it's a must when you come to Aachen, you have to dance. No, that is not necessary, but I think it was very inspiring. So at least it inspires me when I'm seeing that. But believe me, I'm a typical German. I cannot dance. So Sandeep, maybe Sandeep likes to add something.
First of all, I would like to thank you for so much energetic lecture, and in the lecture series, we'll provide you the contact details of each and everyone. So if you have some questions related to scientific topics, or even as Professor Marker said about if you have any question about how to find PhD or how to apply for a master's programs, especially from RWTH, then please do contact us, and we'll be happy to answer your questions through email, or even during the lecture, if you could have questions about the scientific content, we'll be happy to answer you.
So some participants would like to know about during which part of the session you would be advertising for higher education in your university.
So it was not really an advertisement. So I'm the scientific director of 2 master programs at International Academy, so which is the private branch of the university. So the study programs, all of them belong to the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, but the service that is required to take care of foreign students, especially when it comes to housing and visa and things related to these kind of things, that is what, let's say, within the public sector, we cannot provide, because we do not have enough, let's say, personnel and stuff for that. And so therefore, to guarantee that all the courses are in English, that all, let's say, things like housing and visa issues and application issues are solved very much in advance. For this, we have the International Academy, which is somehow responsible for these kind of formats. So they actually take care of all the student issues and of course of let's say bringing together the lecturers and the professors, let's say, to design particular study programs, which are then of course part of the university. However, the whole thing is organized by the so-called International Academy, yeah, which takes care of all the student issues that are relevant, because that is what we figured out, that of course you can study in the public sector. However, then most of the lectures are in German, so this doesn't bring you further. No one takes care of housing and stuff like that, and this is really a problem. And I think Sandeep Patil can give you all the details about that. What is the service idea behind that? What about the study programs and so forth? So it's not about, so this was now not an advertisement kind of thing, because then I would have shown you another video where you see all the robots and facilities and virtual reality stuff and so forth. No, this was not my intention. So it is more the basic idea behind the lecture was, okay, why are fundamental topics such as mechanics important for any sort of engineering master? And this is what is important, which you should understand, that of course, if you intend to study at a German university, must not be Aachen, yeah, could also be Stuttgart or Munich or whatever, it doesn't matter, yeah, in engineering, then you should know that the fundamentals in mathematics, in mechanics, in physics, that they are really important. And this is sometimes what we see when students are starting their masters in Aachen, that they have very different skills. There is a great heterogeneity, such that the pre-knowledge, the preliminary knowledge they have sometimes in mathematics and mechanics is not on the level that we require. And this, of course, then is a problem. And with this, we try to overcome this issue by providing then, of course, this sort of German engineering college, which really tries to close this gap which some of you might have in, let's say, engineering mechanics, for instance. Yeah. So, for instance, if I pose now a question, okay, do you know how the stress tensor is defined? Yeah, and then, oh, what is a tensor? Yeah, then these are the typical things. Yeah, that some of this abstract terminology and the equations behind that. Yeah, so we are very much inspired by Alexander von Humboldt. Yeah, so that is, yeah, so the Humboldtian kind of university teaching. That means teaching follows research. Yeah, so we are very much research oriented, even in the fundamental courses, that we provide you a very abstract notation, yeah, with tensor formalisms and stuff like that. Yeah, and this is something which is not the case in foreign or at foreign universities. And therefore, this is then sometimes frustrating if you come to Aachen and you want to study and you want to show your family, because they pay for the whole thing, yeah, that you behave and so forth, and that you, of course, are at the end successful in your studies. Yeah, and then you get frustrated because you fail an exam and stuff like that. And this is where we are coming into the picture, and International Academy comes into picture, because they assist you, they support you with all means that are possible in order to make your studies successful, because this is what we want. At the end of the day, we want to make out of you good engineers. Yeah, and as I've shown to you, that is now the good thing about RWTH Aachen, that if you have a certificate at the end from RWTH Aachen, then you have a job guarantee, because industry is looking for you guys like hell. So that is really, they are chasing after you. And this is for sure. So that is something which many of the graduates where I handed over the certificates, they directly told me, yeah, I already have a job at Daimler, at BMW, and so forth. Yeah, so that is really something which is a very important thing, that industry thinks that our way of teaching, yeah, not just the contents, so but also the way we are doing that, yeah, so that there is a lot of freedom, that you do a lot of self-study, yeah, and so forth, that you are self-organized, that this is something that makes you yeah, let's say, peek out a little bit from the rest of the engineers that are educated in Germany. So that's a little bit the Aachen way, I would say. Sandeep may add something to this.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, in the last lecture, which will be on a Friday, I'm going to talk about the academic career opportunity in Germany. So that time, I think I'll go through the different programs, and probably I can try to give the insights from this RWTH courses, what you needed, what are the fundamental courses. I will try to go through the details, as well as I will try to explain you what are the possibilities to refresh your fundamentals, or to really go into the details with the fundamentals through our GEC program. So I'll try to explain that in the Friday's lecture. I think Paul, sir, you're mute.
Sorry, sir. With the permission of the speaker, can we provide the email ID of the resource person, Dr. Bernd, so that in case if the participants would like to interact with him, can we do that, sir?
You can do that. Please feel free. You can also do this via Sandeep. Yeah, so because Sandeep is the responsible person when it comes to India. Yeah, so we also have someone who is responsible then for China, for instance. Yeah, and they can also send it to me, but then I would first forward it to Sandeep again. So therefore, maybe the best way would be to do that via Sandeep, yeah, because then he can. Sometimes these are issues. Yeah, he knows more about what about the visa things and GRE tests and so forth than me. He knows that better
Maybe
than me.
for professional questions related to professional questions, we can directly ask the participants to direct it to you. Otherwise, it can come through Dr. Sandeep, as you suggested, sir.
Yeah, exactly. So this is perfect. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So if there are no more questions, then we will close the session. Yes. So I think now we will close this session. We would like to take this opportunity to profusely thank Dr. Bernd Markert, Director, Institute of General Mechanics at the RWTH University, for facilitating this wonderful lecture on the role of fundamental mechanics and digital engineering ecosystem. We thank you very much, sir, on behalf of all the participants and on behalf of our organization. We thank you very much. And we found your lecture very interesting, very fascinating. And maybe the participants would like to directly interact with you on professional issues rather than talking on a public platform. So we appreciate that. In case if the participants would like to contact the resource person, we will appreciate you to do that. And as Professor Sandeep indicated, that in case if you would like to get any details regarding their courses and the admission modalities and other aspects, you can get clarified while Professor Sandeep is speaking to you on the next few days. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot for sparing your very valuable time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you all for listening. Bye-bye. Thank you. You're welcome.
And for the kind attention of the participants, we will close this lecture for today. And tomorrow we will have the lecture at 1:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Tomorrow we will have with us the next speaker, Dr. Yusuf Haider, group leader from the same institution. We will commence the lecture session by 1:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So we request all the participants to be present on the online platforms by 1:15 p.m. itself, 15 minutes ahead of the commencement of the lecture session, so that we are ready for the resource person. So tomorrow we have only one lecture starting at 1:30. We request all the participants to gather by 1:15 on the online platform. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.